ask you to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for the invocation. Do you have any adjustments to the agenda?
No adjustments, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, up next is your consent agenda.
Move we approve. Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Up next under administrative items is the amended North Carolina State Ordinance number 1076840, speed limit .004 east of State Road 1552 and .044 west of Laurel Ridge Drive.
Yes, thank you. This is just a little bit of housekeeping. When this ordinance first was issued by NCDOT, it came before you at a February meeting. Since the time they issued that, they realized that there was an error on it. It originally said that the speed limit was posted at 55, and it should have been 45. So this just cleans that ordinance up.
Okay.
I don't need any action, just wanted to make sure you were aware of it.
Thank you for the update. Next, excuse me, up next under introduction and special presentation will be a presentation of Downtown Development Awards, and our presenter is Patrick Pierce. It's going to be a second before we get into our flow. This being our first in-person council meeting. Come in. Actually, y'all can turn around and face Patrick.
Okay. All right. Well, we want to thank these two. I know we have two others that are on their way and hope that they can make it here quickly. But the Downtown Development Association wanted to take an opportunity to express our deep appreciation for four members that have been that have come off of the board recently and have been very instrumental in putting the DDA on a very, very solid path and have done amazing things in downtown Clayton. And we are very, very pleased that they are, that we have two of them here that want to recognize them for all of their great work and contributions to downtown Clayton and the town as a whole. So with that, I would turn it to the mayor if you have anything that you would like to say as well.
Absolutely. I'd like to come down front. Cool. So we do have two of Clayton's best with us this evening. Everybody knows Jessica Lloyd. Everyone knows James Littleton. You know, the town of Clayton really owes you tremendous debt of gratitude for tremendous efforts and work that you guys have done for downtown Clayton. You know, you're only as strong as leadership, and your leadership is essential. So on behalf of the town of Clayton, we want to say thank you. We want to give a little something to let you know how much we appreciate all the hard work that you've done in our downtown development. And obviously, there's always just a handful that you can follow on, and you're probably going to have a handful for sure. So we want to thank you for the good work that you've done. Liaison to the Downtown Development Association is Councilman Bobby Muntz.
Not a whole lot more that I can add to what Jody just said, but I've been on the board as the liaison or ex officio for the past 3 years and had a chance to work with all these, and every one of them has put heart and soul in what they do for the town of Clayton. And for me, I want to thank you. Great job. Thank you very much.
To our other
All right, up next on the agenda is our comprehensive plan update and 160D regulations. And our presenter this evening is Stewart Engineering.
Sorry. Thank you, appreciate it.
Go back to the beginning slide.
I'll just give you the look.
Okay, the look, yeah.
Okay, well, good evening. Really different way of doing town council meetings, for sure. Again, my name is Chad Sari, and I'm the practice leader for our municipal planning group at Stewart. And tonight, I want to give you an update on some projects that we're working on with your staff and working on for the town. And the first is going to be the Clayton Comprehensive Plan, which is your growth plan. And then we're also going to talk a little bit about the UDC update, your Unified Development Code update. So a little bit about who we are. Our firm is a 26-year-old planning and design firm. Our main office is located in downtown Raleigh. We've got just over 200 employees. And on your screen, you see a little about who we are. And, we serve local government clients from across the state. You'll notice on the map that you'll see us scattered throughout the state. And most of our clients are small to mid-sized communities. We provide a variety of planning services, comprehensive planning services, small area plans, ordinance updates. And we've done quite a bit of work in the town of Clayton. Currently, I think we're working on your ADA transition plan, and we've done some other work in town as well. So this is our project team. Again, my name is Chad Sari. I'm a practice leader, and you'll see some of other team members working on this project over the next couple of years. Jake Petrosky, Caroline Richardson, Allison Evans, and some of you may recognize Jay McLeod. He worked for the town a few years back, and we're glad to have him on our project team. So a little bit about the comprehensive plan and the purpose. It really is a plan that is a community conversation. It provides strategic direction, both from a public standpoint and also from a private investment standpoint. And it also will provide land use decisions. So going forward, when, before it was more of a policy type thing, now with some of the new state statutes, you're actually required to have a comprehensive plan and to base some of your zoning decisions on those things. So it really helps you decide on rezonings and other land use decisions that you might have, and also some investment in your infrastructure and budgeting. The comprehensive plan that you have right now was done back in 2014, 2015, and it was about a 20-year plan. With all the growth that you're experiencing and all the changes that you're experiencing, about a 5 to 7 year window is a time to start relooking at your goals, and which is where we are. Next slide. So as far as the project schedule, it really is divided into three main parts. We have the project initiation, the analysis and visioning, and the plan development and implementation. And if you notice your schedule on your screen, you'll see that we're a good way through the first phase, which is the project initiation. And I'm going to go into a little more about detail about the things what we've done and what we plan to do going forward. Next slide. So one of the things that was very important of this process is to form a steering committee that's going to shepherd this process and provide valuable insight. And so early on, we talked with your staff and tried to develop a committee that had a diverse background and maybe covered a lot of the different parts of the town that could provide different viewpoints as we get along this, because they really will oversee this process as we go through it. And these are some of the names that we have on the committee. One thing I do want to point out is that, there always is room to add more. So if there is someone up there, you thought of someone along this process, we can certainly incorporate them as one of the committee members going forward. So next slide. So as far as the upcoming schedule, we do have stakeholder meetings that are coming up on August 27th. At that meeting, we've got a very diverse group that we're going to really ask questions about what some of their concerns are, how they foresee some visions going forward with the town. And then we'll have our next steering committee meeting to follow up on that in late August, early September. And then after that, moving into September, we're going to open up our community survey. And so that'll be available through social media outlets, through your website, really where we can start extracting and getting more information from the community as far as what their visions are, what their goals are going forward. And then after that, we'll look at having a visioning workshop. What that format will look like will depend a lot on how we go forward on COVID. That's really had a big effect on how we do public input and gather public information. But that'll be sometime around October. And then we've got several other steering committees that will go throughout this process up through March or April. So next slide. So one of the things I wanted to talk briefly on that we've done that was really important was we spent some time with your staff, spent almost a full day here going around and getting a community tour and finding out some things that we wanted to see that was important, that they thought was important, and to gather some information about the town. So next slide. So one of the things that we really noticed was there was about 5 areas of change that we thought were important and really wanted to draw attention to, and they're shown on your screen. So the first one is A, which is the NC 42 West and Spring Branch Park area. And so you've seen some significant development in this area, particularly in the medical area and commercial, and there's potential for more growth as well out in this area. B is your downtown. So you've seen a lot of investment both on the private side and the public side. You're having more and more events. You've seen infrastructure improvements, and you're going to continue to see redevelopment and even new development happen. And how do we handle those things going forward? C is the Riverwood area. So you've got a new large townhome development going on out there. There's several new developments. You have the 400-acre Triangle Land Conservancy investment that's out there. So you have a whole nother set of area of change that you'll see along there. And then D is the area on the eastern side of town, which is where you have the shops of Glen Laurel and Harmony Park, and the potential of growth that's out there. And then, of course, in the southeastern part of town, you have the Powelltown Road, where you have the Nova Nordisk plant, and you have opportunities for more employment and even more residential that'll support those things that are down there. So these are some of the things that we really went around and looked at and learned more about when we got a community tour. So next slide. So some of the themes of your plan, as we're just getting into it, is obviously growth. You're experiencing a large amount of growth. You're seeing your population change dramatically. So we really want to see how you respond to that. Not on NC 42 in the west and the Glen Laurel area and the Riverwood area. Your subdivision design standards. You're going to see more and more of this, and I think the trend that we see with development overall, particularly within the COVID age, is you see more and more people building in the suburbs and building subdivisions. So how do you handle those? How do you deal with your infrastructure and your sidewalks and open space and things of that nature? And then employment center, I mentioned that earlier. You're going to see more and more of those things. When new jobs come, how do you have those amenities? How do you deal with the transition of those areas? And then downtown Clayton, you've experienced a lot of success, and you're going to continue to see that. And what are your next steps going forward? And then as far as overall town priorities with land use and other elements such as utilities, parks and recreation, and economic development, these are all themes that you'll see as we develop the plan. Next slide. So as far as the comprehensive plan goes, are there any questions that you have before I get into the UDC part of it? And there'll be a lot more conversation that we have. Yes, sir.
When do you expect us to be complete with the update?
Good question. So as far as we go through, we have worked on the process. We started back in April. We're working our way through phase 1 now. She's going back to the schedule. Keep going. If you can go back a few more to the schedule. So in the upper left-hand corner, you see where we're in project phase 1 now. And we'll be moving into phase 2 over the next probably 5 to 7 to 8 months, but plan to wrap it up by April or May of next year. So about a 12 to 13-month process. Any other questions?
So can we go to the ABC slide, Stacy? That slide. So when I view this, I don't see anything on the south side of Highway 70. Is there any, it just didn't make the cut, or do we just not see future possibility in that region?
I think when we went out, these were some of the areas that we saw that were areas of change. It doesn't mean those areas are out by any means, shape, or form. And that's why we're here talking tonight to get a little feedback from you all as well. So I can certainly note that, and we will certainly evaluate that area.
Cool, thank you.
Yes, sir. You have a lot going on around here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So are there any other questions on that before I go into the UDC part? Okay, so the second part of this project is updating your Unified Development Code, your UDC. And really, I'm sure you've heard from your planning staff. So about maybe 8 months or so ago, maybe a little more, the General Assembly really did probably their most comprehensive overhaul of land development and zoning regulations, probably since the 70s or 80s. And this really triggered a lot of changes through municipalities throughout the state of North Carolina. And if you can go to the next slide. So it's really a statewide change that's going on. So y'all are not the only ones dealing with this. Everyone across the state of North Carolina is dealing with it. We're working with other municipalities, and I actually have another job where I'm actually on the Board of Commissioners in Wake Forest. So we're going through the same process right now. So I appreciate what y'all are doing and have set in your shoes. So I get what we're going through, but we're also going through this process as well as a lot of other towns are as well. So it became effective in June of this year, and initially was supposed to be adopted by July 1st, but actually because of COVID, got postponed until July 1st of 2021. And really what this does is right now you have two sets of regulations. You have county regulations and you have incorporated areas or municipal regulations. And over time, these have conflicted each other and become very, very difficult for folks, whether they're working with the county or their town, and then you had terminology that overlapped and that didn't quite work out. And so what this does is it merges those two. So no longer do you have a set of county regulations for land development and zoning and municipal regulations. They're one set of document, and it's called 160D. And really it clarifies those regulations and procedures so they're consistent not only between the counties and towns, but from every municipality across the state. So you don't have to go into different places and really relearn the process when it comes to bigger picture type things. So it it clarifies terminology. So there's certain, like a site plan and a special use permit, those are universal now, where they may vary before in different municipalities. And it really provides some restrictions on what you can impose as conditions when development comes along. So at the end, I think when we're all through this, it's really going to make things more efficient and more continuity between different municipalities from across the state. So next slide. So really tonight, what I want to do is focus on the type of decisions that are involved with this and how it affects your UDC and what we're working with your staff on. So really there are three types of decisions when it relates to land use. And it's administrative, which is typically done by your staff. So they're enforcing the ordinance, they're enforcing your development regulations. That's one type. The other type is legislative, so that would be rezoning. So when you have a rezoning and you're amending your zoning ordinance or your UDC and you're amending your zoning map, that's typically a legislative process. And then you have the third part, which is quasi-judicial. And these are very subjective, based on evidence. You have to have expert witnesses that provide testimony, so they can be very, very difficult to navigate through. But the good thing about 160D is it really has laid these out and said, okay, here is what you need to do for each one of these. And we're going to talk a little bit about that going forward and how that affects your UDC. But one of the things I want to point out too is at the bottom of your screen, you sort of see the public participation, the predictability, how the private sector sort of views these things as you go through them. So administrative, it's very low in public participation, right? You have a set of rules, your staff enforces those rules, and you get it out the door. The predictability is very high. You know what to expect. They're in your code. You follow what's in your code. There is a very little risk that's involved because the expectations are there. And then you move into legislative, and the public participation is very high. So anyone can come out and speak during a legislative process or a rezoning. The predictability can be about medium. It could be a situation where it's very contentious, or it could be one where it's not, and it gets approved or denied. The risk is about a medium to low, and the discretion is very high on rezonings. And then you move into quasi-judicial. So the public participation is very low, and it can be very hard as an elected official, particularly on these, because you can't have ex parte communication. Someone may approach you on a project, and legally you can't talk to them about that. All the evidence that you have has to be done in this setting, and that can be very tough, particularly on an elected board, wanting to talk to your constituents and hear their concerns. What we're looking at is trying to really limit those quasi-judicial processes, clarify what the legislative process is, and be very clear about what the administrative procedures are with this. So next slide. So this is a sort of a matrix of the decisions types and how it relates to the processes that are laid out and clarified with 160D. It looks like the formatting got a little off there, but that's okay. So you start out on the left with your application, and you again have three different choices in your process. You have the administrative process, you have the legislative process, and the quasi-judicial process. You always have review by your staff. That's part of that. But where it gets a little different is when you have an administrative process, if there's an appeal or something along those lines, it goes to your Board of Adjustment. With legislative process, your planning board makes a recommendation, you hear their recommendation, and then you all, as a town council, makes that decision. And then as a third part, it's the quasi-judicial. And that's an evidentiary hearing. It's heard by your Board of Adjustment for a variance or by you for a special use permit. And so those are really how those processes work out. There's a lot of things that go on in between here and there, but for the most part, that's how those processes work. Next slide. And so the other part of the 160D changes is the conditional zoning. What had happened over time since probably the late 90s was some places called it conditional use zoning. They had conditional use permits. They called it conditional districts. And so what this has done is it really unified the terminology. So now it's called conditional zoning. Right now, that is a legislative process by the town council and will continue that way. What you'll see is there are no more conditional use permits. There are no more special use districts. And really, when you're making land use decisions, they should be through rezoning, a conditional zoning, or special use permit. And those really should be the processes that you go by. One thing that I really want to point out on this too is that I know there's been a lot of PUDs or planned unit developments that have been done in Clayton in the past, and it's been a common way of doing things. With the new statutes, they're essentially converting these PUDs into conditional zoning. So that will be a change going forward that's being mandated by the 160D. And just to clarify really what conditional zoning is, you're essentially creating your own zoning district for a particular site or use. And so you're able to provide a master plan or a conceptual plan. You're able to label what uses are going to be there. You're able to really establish the dimensional and design standards that come with that. So you're essentially doing the same thing you were doing with a PUD, only with conditional zoning. So you're still achieving those things. So next slide. So how does this affect the subdivision process? Currently you have your subdivision process kind of intertwined with the conditional zoning process and the administrative process. The way the 160D really clarifies that, in that the subdividing that occurs through conditional zoning is administrative, and the subdividing through general zoning. So if someone has a zoning in place already and they just want to do a subdivision with that zoning, right now it requires a quasi-judicial process, and we've got to shift that to more of an administrative process. And if you notice at the bottom of your screen, you'll see how that participation works, which is really important to remember when you're going through this process. So next slide. So on your screen, this is your current subdivision process, a typical subdivision process that you might go through. And again, I apologize for some of the text. Looks like it got formatted oddly. But you'll start out and you have the traditional zoning or you have the conditional zoning route. You go through the rezoning process. And then that's a legislative process. And then it switches to a quasi-judicial process to which is essentially a subdivision is a use by right. And so that can really put the elected folks in a really tough spot when a subdivision is a use by right and it meets all the requirements. It makes it very difficult. It can make it very difficult during that process. And so this kind of outlines how that process is. And you can see that having separate paths that come to the same outcome can be inconsistent and a little bit confusing to the public and the participants and the applicants that are involved in the process. So next slide. So in closing, I just wanted to really emphasize that, number one, 160D is something that the state is essentially saying, local governments, this is something you have to do. They are laying these things out and they're saying, okay, you have to do these things. You have to have them in place by July 1st of 2021, but you can also go ahead and have them in place now. As of June of this year, you can go ahead and do it. So they're saying that's good. So you have a grace period. The other thing is to really emphasize that the legislative process is your rezoning process. And that, through that, you're able to establish your permitted uses, your dimensional standards, your setbacks, your landscaping. And then you have two processes that are with your rezoning. You have the general or traditional route, and you have the conditional route where you can really apply those standards to it as long as the applicant agrees to them. And then the other part is understanding that, I think right now you have the ability to provide variations or changes to some subdivision standards through a quasi-judicial process that the board, the town council, can apply. And really the avenue for that is through your Board of Adjustment, through variances. And then the other part is really that I really want to emphasize is that the QJ or the quasi-judicial part is very difficult for the public. It's very hard. It can be very expensive. It can be unpredictable, for the whole process to go through. And so I guess what we're seeking tonight is to, number one, inform you of this process because we are going to be working with your staff going forward and wanted to make sure that you do understand this and that if there are any concerns or comments, because what we're going to do next is start working on really updating the text to make these things happen. And then we're going to bring it back to you all to look at again. But, your staff really wanted us to come forward and really get this out in the open for you to see and to know what's coming forward and to see if there was any concerns or questions so that we can take those as we work with them and get the UDC to where it's compliant with state statutes before it comes back to you. So we really wanted just to update you all on that to see if there's any questions or concerns and take that information, work with your staff, and come back to see you all again in a month or two on what we have. So that's all I have, and I might have been a little longer than I needed to be, but I do appreciate that. And are there any questions about that process at all or anything going forward? Is there a consensus that that is the path we want to go forward on, I guess?
Yes. Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Granis.
With respect to the steering committee, how much involvement will the steering committee have in making recommendations for the update of the 160D in the UDO?
Right. So the steering committee is mainly for the comprehensive plan part. The 160D is really more of a text change type thing. So it would be, we're obviously going to take these to your planning board, and then it'll come back to you all. So the steering committee is more focused on the comprehensive plan, where the 160D updates are more us working with your staff and your planning board and you all. So it's more of a technical type thing.
Else? Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thanks for the update.
Yep.
Okay, up next on our agenda is under old business, the 2020-17 RZ tract on Powhatan Road.
Good evening, Samantha Willen-Weber, Planning Director. As stated, this is the Powhatan Road rezoning. This was heard at the previous town council meeting. It is a rezoning on Powhatan Road. It's approximately 22 acres.
There you go.
Thank you. I'll go to speakers. It is approximately 22 acres. The public hearing was held at the last town council meeting. And you can tell here that the rezoning is from RE to I1. It is, across the street is Nova, which is similar zone property. Here we go. Which is also I1. And you can see there's also RE, which is the residential estate zoning district that surrounds the property. This is a street view of the site. Again, it is raw land. And I should mention there is a cemetery in the middle. You will see that. Whoa. Okay, I think I'm messing something up. Okay, thank you. There's a cemetery on the property. You will see that in some of the neighborhood meeting and then some of the comments that were received from the public. And then also this is consistent with the future land use map as an appointment center. And again, I'm just briefly going over this since it was already heard and the public hearing was held, but just as a refresher and for the public's information on the video. Again, an appointment center, and it is consistent with the surrounding area. Staff recommended approval of this rezoning request, and Planning Board also recommends approval of the rezoning request, and I'll be happy to take any questions if there are any at this time. Again, this was held at the last meeting, and then due to it being a virtual meeting, there was a 24-hour waiting period for further comments, and that is why it is again on the agenda tonight for deliberation.
Thank you. And those comments have been received, excuse me, those comments have been received and are recorded in our agenda, with our agenda materials for this evening, and are an official part of the record. So just for those who submitted, I want to clarify that they've been received and accepted. Thank you. Any questions for Planning Director? Mr. Granis?
A few questions, if I may. When I look at the 2040 plan, there's a couple of areas that I would like some clarification on with respect to whether or not it would be applicable to this property. The first one is a goal under land use, which it's to encourage quality which maximizes existing infrastructure, promotes walking and biking, and enhances travel safety. And I'm curious to know how, if at all, would that apply to this property?
For this particular situation, that may not be applicable according to where the utilities are. I'm not sure. I would have to defer to the utility department director of public services or the town engineer. But as you know, Grifols and Novo are pretty close to this, and they are served by town facilities. But as far as the biking and the pedestrian, that may not be applicable to this. And not all goals and objectives in the comprehensive plan they will apply to every single property in town, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I
Okay.
clearly understand that.
Thank you.
The next one would be under the topic of natural resources. Is this property in a primary resource conservation area? And if it is, how would that affect what could be developed there, if at all?
If this property is in the watershed, which it should be according to where it is at, then they are limited on their impervious. And then if there are streams or any other environmental features, then there would have to be the appropriate buffers from those features.
And with respect to the appropriate buffers, could you tell me what would be the largest buffer?
It could be 50 or 100 foot, depending on what type of stream and if it was in watershed.
Okay. I think I know the answer to this, but I'll ask it anyway. Is the cemetery at all applicable with respect to a rezoning? I'm sure that it's certainly applicable during the development stage where whomever the property owner is who wants to develop the land would have to come back and seek a permit to be able to do whatever it is they would like within our requirements, of course. And I would assume at that point, that's where the cemetery or the graveyard becomes very applicable. Would that be fair to say?
That is a fair statement, but that would be something that the private property owner and the cemetery, whoever, if the cemetery is deeded to someone else or not, but the survey submitted with the application shows it on one parcel and that it is not a separate parcel. So there is the authority to rezone that with the current owner's consent. But if there's an issue with the cemetery or any sort of evading the cemetery or moving, our town attorney can speak more to that, but that is definitely, in my opinion, private property.
Okay.
From a state permitting perspective, if there was an.
Catherine, I can't hear you.
Hear me? My light's on. How about if I work on talking loud? Okay. I'm not usually accused of not being able to do that. So on a state, real loud. On a state permitting level, if there were historic preservation concerns, then the property owner and applicant would have to deal with that from a state permitting perspective. I know there were comments related to perhaps Native American ancestry and other things in the area. If that is applicable, that would go through the State Historic Preservation Office or the Office of Archaeological Studies. And then, of course, from a land use and permitting perspective, if the proposal was to relocate the grave, that's going to be done also through a state process dealing with relocation of graves. It's certainly something that this council could address and seek information from the applicant on when they came forward with whatever their development plan might be. What's before the council tonight is simply the rezoning, not the actual underlying potential use. As this council knows, you should consider any use that's allowed in I-1 as a potential that the applicant would have the right to come back to you for. Some will be by right, some will be by use permit. You'll have site plans, you'll have other approval permitting opportunities. Samantha, feel free to clean up anything if you.
That's good.
That's all I had, thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else? Mr. Thompson?
If we rezone to I-1, will any potential development uses have to have traffic studies?
Can you repeat the question?
If we do rezone to I-1, does future development have to, are they subject to traffic studies?
If it reaches a certain threshold, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, because when I look at it, we're already looking at a failing road that's not able to accommodate the traffic that's on it now. So I have a lot of concerns with whatever the future use would be, that needs to go through the traffic study process before any development goes there.
Else? All right, thank you, Samantha. All right. I'm kind of glad to get some clarity on the graveyard, that the graveyard doesn't really, have a strong emphasis at this particular point where we're just discussing rezoning. That issue would have to be addressed thoroughly should any future plan be presented for development. Is that correct? Okay, cool. Awesome. All right. So the applicant is here if you have questions. And do you have questions for the applicant? Mr. Granis.
No pressure.
Pull the rabbit out of that hat.
Evening, Mr. Orringer. Couple of questions. I noticed in, I believe it was your packet to us, that on the MLS listing number 853652, under deed restrictions, the answer is yes. Could you speak to what those restrictions might be?
I saw that MLS listing, and I feel like the seller on that was Toma. T-O-M-A, I think is what name was on there. I did not create that MLS listing. That was just one that was printed off from 2006 or so, I'm going to say. So I don't know of any deed restrictions on that property that I'm aware of.
Okay.
It could be wrong. On MLS, the sheets, they say they're deemed reliable, but they are not guaranteed. So it's possible that the realtor that put that in there, it may not have been accurate. I have not seen any deed restrictions on any deeds that I have looked at.
Okay. And then in our 2040 plan under economic development, one of the goals is to increase opportunities for companies which provide well-compensated, highly skilled positions. Do you feel that what could be permitted on this property, if it is rezoned to I-1, would actually be able to do that?
I think it's a good possibility. I do. I think that a R&D facility could go in there. I've been looking at different size tracts of land in Clayton that hold people like Nat Bar. Nat Bar is like a 5-acre site. Crossover Pony Farm and the bakery over there, the Rolls, that's like a 14-acre site. So I think the possibility of those types of jobs are available. I do.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Awesome. Anyone else?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. One thing I do want to know is why do you feel like you're getting a lot of pushback to rezone this area?
Well, I think that's a good question. I think what we need to know is, tell me of all the pushback we are getting.
Well, one of the pushbacks we're getting is, pertaining to maintaining the historic part of it. And I know a lot of people are upset that they feel like there's a lot of dust and it could cause more noise because of industry. I totally get that it might not just be industry itself, it could be for other uses, but we're kind of taking a chance on that. So, that if I did live in that area, that would be bothersome for me if I had kids or anything else, dust and noise, stuff like that, and traffic as well. So, to kind of summarize most of the comments, that's what we're getting.
I think that's exactly the deal. It is an industrial area. At one time, it was a rural road with homes on there, but now with the precedence of Novo on both sides of the road, it's been set. There's nothing else that you could do over there that's going to be greater than Novo. So I feel like the pushback that we're getting, granted, is we've heard it and we respect it and we're aware of it, but it's probably several people. It's probably not the whole corridor over there going, we don't want this, we don't want this. So I think you're hearing a loud minority, not a quiet majority.
Okay. Also, one more thing. Is there anybody else that would be for rezoning this area? Or is it just you that wants to rezone it? Have you been getting a lot of feedback on, people wanting to rezone that area?
Well, no, I don't. I wouldn't say that I've had a lot of people saying that. The people that I talk to do think that it is a industrial area, and they foresee that being the employment center area of Clayton. And so I think that you could probably talk to two different sets of people that are active in the community, that are growing the community and participating in the growth. And those people, I think, are all for it. I think the folks that don't want to see growth are against it, whether it's there or wherever, they don't want to see growth.
Okay. One thing that I do just want to say, my opinion on the matter. When I was running for election, and there's been a couple of times that a couple of doors that I knocked on, they're worried about being pushed out by industry. I totally get this as a part of our plan. It fits in, and that seems to be the only thing that we use when it comes to doing things like this. So that's where my focus is just the citizens that have the concerns about that. Because like I said, and I kind of can see it as well, people being pushed out of the area or anything else just because of industry or because of growth, so I'm all for growth. It's just, there's other ways that we can go about doing that.
Well, and there's also in place buffers. There's, again, you have to come back there. It's not like you're just getting carte blanche to go in there and do what you want to do. This is just getting it to, we can now proceed to a different type of end user. Right now, we have no end user. There's no, it's RE, and as far as everybody around there, or I should say, my neighbors would love for it just to stay the same. And I don't see that being the case. That's not a good recommendation for the area.
Okay. All right, that's all the questions I have.
Anyone else? So for me, it's we've had recorded for the record some public concern, some adjoining property owner concern. And obviously, when those individuals purchased and built out on Powhatan Road, it was very rural. And, you know, they left where they were to get back into the country. And then, you know, the whole biopharmaceutical mecca followed them. But, you know, it is in a very centralized location. And, you know, I don't think it is anyone's intent to maximize this property out and create harm to adjoining neighbors. Like anything, should this property get rezoned, anything that comes back for it for development, it's still going to have to go through the processes of meeting with the neighbors and how many trips per day and all of this. But, you know, in my mind's eye, I see this as, you know, the same kind of zoning as we have across the street. And I think that, you know, one of the reasons that Clayton is as phenomenally successful as we are is our geographic location. And when you look at this piece of property, for me, the geographic location is in industrial, you know, and that's where it's going to be for years and years and years to come. I don't even see it being marketable for residential, for neighborhoods, because you're right in the middle of biopharmaceutical, and you also have hundreds of new homes down the road on Powhatan Road going up everywhere. So it's not, I don't think that's the best fit for this. I think we definitely, you know, will be able, if this gets rezoned, I think we'll be able to show the neighbors that, you know, we want you to be able to have a good quality of life. You know, we're not here. So whenever those designs, the proposals come to us, we'll be mindful of that when we make a decision regarding on how it gets developed. So I am, you know, okay with the rezoning. But I don't get a vote, so aren't you glad to hear that? Dang. So thank you for being here, and I'm going to turn it over to the council for their deliberation.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
After considering the recommendations of Planning Board and Planning Director, I move to approve case number 2017 RZ Powhatan Road Track, and to approve the statement of consistency and reasonableness included in the agenda packet.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of the rezoning of the track on Powhatan Road. Is there further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1 with a no vote by Councilman Everett. All right, thank you, David.
Thank you.
Up next on the agenda is the delinquent account update and resolution amending temporary changes related to town utility policy. Yes.
Make sure it's for the record, for the last vote, I was an against.
I'm sorry.
I think Avery and I spoke at the same time on the last vote. I was against that motion as well.
Okay, so motion carries 3-2,
Yes, sir.
and the opposing is Councilman Thompson and Councilman Everett. Thank you. And as we can have another vote this evening, I'll go for the show of hands just because this is new. But thank you for clarification.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Ann.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. It's nice to see everybody tonight and not virtually. It's nice to be in a room with everybody. Just wanted to give everybody an update on what's happening in billing now that the governor's executive order has been lifted. Oops, did I go the right way? I'm sorry, Stacy. Okay, just a reminder that between March 30th and July 29th, the governor mandated through an executive order, actually 2 executive orders, that municipalities, utilities could not charge late fees or penalties. We could not disconnect anyone's service for non-payment. And customers must at some point have 6 months to bring their account current through a payment plan. We did not bill, the town of Clayton did not bill $33,000 in late fees and penalties during that time frame, and no customers have been disconnected since March. What's happening today in our world is we have about 500 customers who had more than one utility bill due at the end of July. I had 300 other customers that had at least one utility bill that came due during that COVID timeframe, and they had not made payments. So about 800 customers total that were due during that COVID freeze period. We reached out to them by phone, by email, and then lastly with direct mail with letters. As of July 31st, we had $400,000 due to us in utility payments. And again, what we were offering was a payment plan of 6 months for a customer to pay the balance with no late fees and penalties. So we divided that up over a 6-month period. And as of the date we did this, I thought I was going to present to you on August 3rd. We only had 12 customers that had signed up for pay arrangements. But I wanted to give you what this looks like today. Of the 800 people that got letters, 392 have paid their balances in full. So about half have paid in full. We have 174 payment arrangements that are written and on file today and ready to start billing customers that additional 1/6 payment. We have 274 customers that my staff will start reaching out to tomorrow that did not contact us, did not follow what we ask in the letter. Those customers will receive a letter from us, an individual letter to each customer saying, Mr. Smith, you did not make your pay arrangement with us. Your COVID past due balance is X. We're dividing that out over a 6-month period. So starting with your billing in September, you will see that added on your bill. We've worked out a way that this will print on their bill. It's not just going to be, they've got to remember that they owe us an additional $56. It is going to print as a line item on their bill. I'm very pleased with the numbers. I was not as pleased on August 3rd. I'm much more pleased today because my staff is working really, really hard to get all of these set up and in the system. So actually people were calling today and making payments of their balance plus their bill. So we're seeing improvements on this daily.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
People who have not even made contact with you, can you go ahead and turn them off?
No. According to the executive order, we still have to reach out to them to attempt setting up a payment plan. If they do not respond to us, and Mr. Bunn, I guess the easiest thing for me to say is if their August bill that we mail them, that will not come due for 20 days plus that 7 more days that becomes then their cutoff date. So we're into September now. If at that point they have not paid the August bill, I can cut them off at that point.
Okay.
But I can only require that they pay the August bill plus 1/6.
Okay.
So I do think we're going to have a few people, we play this
Back and forth.
monthly. But again, I feel so much better than I did 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
Any questions or?
So let me just be clear that we have reached out to these customers by telephone, by email, and with letters.
Yes, sir.
Because the phone calls I get are, and now I just got this letter. So I just want the record to reflect that it is stated that you've been reached by telephone and email and letters. So this next letter that goes out, is this like a certified mail? How are you tracking that?
We will send them certified mail because again, I feel like these are the ones that I need to be a little more firm with on this is your payment plan and it will start X.
And I had people ask me, why are we not doing this over a 12-month period?
We were given the opportunity of 6 months. 6 months was the minimum, correct? 6 months was the minimum. Could we spread it out over 12? Absolutely. But I just don't feel like that is workable for our staff.
Well, and I think that based on the research I had done with a few surrounding electricities, municipalities, that they were still, everybody's at the 6 month.
Mm-hmm. And again, I hope you all know my department well enough to know that if someone was in a crisis situation and their 6 needed to be spread to 8 because of something going on, and you know that we would do that, we're going to work with people absolutely as much as we can.
Gotcha. Thank you. Anyone else for Ann? Mr. Thompson?
I just want to thank her and everybody, because Ann and her team have had to come up with solutions to a problem they didn't create, and, you know, and deal with a mandate that really seemed impossible to have to deal with, from our computer software not able to accommodate it on down. And I don't think the general public and people really understand what her staff and what Ann's really had to invent.
Right, you're right.
To make this work for people, because you were handed a problem, not a solution, and you've done everything you could to come up with solutions, and I think you've done a great job.
It's been definitely a challenge, and I do feel for people. I mean, my compassion level is now further than it's ever been, because I do know there are a lot of people still out there suffering.
Yeah.
And we are referring them to anyone that we know who is doing pledge money or helping with utility bills, or even as simple as food. I mean, if we know of an organization that can help feed someone, we're going to refer them to them. We are. So, Mayor, what I'm asking for tonight is a resolution amending temporary changes related to our customer service policy. We have not charged late fees thus far. Again, I was going to ask for this August 3rd, and I'm 2 weeks later, but what I would like to ask is that we stretch that until August 31st. It gives us a little more time to get these payment arrangements all done and written and in the system, so that people can be billed properly for them and see that printed on their bill.
Got you. Mr. Granis?
Would it facilitate you if we made that a little longer, or are you satisfied that August 31st would be sufficient?
I'm satisfied that it would be sufficient.
Okay. I'd like to make a recommendation or motion that we approve the request by Ms. Gann.
Second.
You have a motion and a second for adoption of the resolution 2020-27. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Raise your hand. Opposed, like sign. Raise your hand. Motion carries. Thank you, Ann.
I'm sorry.
Mayor, if I could, instead of making Ann sit through the rest of the meeting, can I have her give her the AMI update while she's up at the podium?
Sure.
Stacy, do you want to advance? Okay, I was going to say you advance versus me. Just wanted to give you an update on the digital meter project and how well that is going right now. And again, these are going to be statistics from the end of July, so they have definitely changed since then. To date, we have, it is a little more than 5,000 water meters that are in the ground, reading and billing the way this system is going to work. So we are 50% finished with our water meter installs. Electric meters, we are just about 300 installed. We delayed, again, the electric meter kickoff was supposed to be the day, August 3rd, when the storm was blowing through, so we postponed it a week. That's going extremely well. Have had no issues in terms of billing. We're getting data out of the system. We are able to share data with customers. And as of today, I had our first meeting about the customer portal and getting that kicked off. I'll need to meet with Stacy this week to get our logo. They're ready to set it up for us. And that's a pretty quick turnaround. We had one of our industrial customers ask about our portal. They want to see the information live. They want to be able to look at their consumption. We'll be doing a soft rollout. We'll definitely be then doing a broad rollout and doing a big public campaign so that everyone can start using the system to gather this data. And it's an incredible amount of data. Whoops. Again, this is, we've worked in a couple of you all know we bill in cycles in the town. We have 4 billing cycles. We have focused on cycles 2 and cycles 4 for no reason other than it's when they started doing the meter installations. We cannot be in billing. We cannot be in the process of billing a cycle when they're doing installations. So 2 just happened to be the one that fell, the one that we started with. It is complete other than about 18 meters. It's just a matter of completing those meters. We sign off on cycle 2 and that's done. But my staff is seeing such a tremendous increase in time. What I've always said, and Stacy, I'm sorry, it did it again to me. What I'm so excited about is for the meter technicians to have time to be proactive. We just are not proactive on the meter tech side. We read meters, we bill. We read meters, we bill. This is allowing us, we can really see how this is going to allow us time to do front-end work that we need to do prior to billing. We need to make sure meter boxes are clean. We need to make sure meter boxes are clear of shrubbery and people landscaping over top of them. And it's just been, again, we're just, into this project and it's going so well. So I just wanted to give you all a quick update and answer any questions you might have over it.
Mr. Granis.
And with respect to the electric meters, how are we installing those? Is that with new construction only at this juncture?
No, sir. We, the town, are installing new construction. The contractors, US Bronco, are installing on they're now following where a water meter was installed. They're putting an electric meter if there's a mate, if there needs to be one.
Okay, so the 300 that you're speaking of is existing structures.
Yes, sir.
If you were to throw in new construction, what would that number be? Just
Probably,
ballpark.
maybe 60 more. Not
Really?
a tremendous, maybe 60 more. Mm-hmm.
So when did that project start with the electric meters?
A week and a half ago, roughly a week and a half ago.
Did it start a little earlier for new construction or no?
Yes, new construction started, May, June of last year when we chose a vendor, chose a meter. That's what the electric department started ordering. I don't believe they started installing that early because there's a wait time of ordering meters. But they have been installing electric meters now at least since January on new construction.
The reason I'm a little puzzled is it would seem to me that we've completed more new rooftops in that time frame, but apparently we have not.
I don't think we have.
Okay.
We've completed a whole lot of rooftops that are water only.
I get it.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much for the update. All right, before we jump into public hearings, I'm going to call for a 10-minute recess, and then we were going to jump on, go all the way through our public hearings. So I'm calling for a 10-minute break. All right, I'd like to call our meeting back to order. Up next is our public hearings. The first public hearing is 2019-139 SUP, the quad, special use permit. Sorry, it's hard to see through this mask. And this is a quasi judicial process, and I will turn it over to our attorney for a briefing on the quasi judicial process.
As we're doing that, I'm going to invite anyone in the lobby who is here for the item to come in. This is a quasi-judicial action. The council will sit like a court of law. It will only consider evidence that is presented in person here this evening. It will only consider competent material and substantial evidence in its decision in this quasi-judicial action. It will not consider hearsay or statements made outside of the evidence presented this evening. With that, I'll remind everyone that is going to testify that they need to be under affirmation, and I think the clerk will do that.
Thank you, I will. Anybody wishing to offer testimony, if you could just stand. We affirm the testimony you will give will be the best to your knowledge and belief. Come up, you will see that there is an oath sign-in sheet. If you could please sign that. You'll see that there are pens there if everybody takes a personal pen and then takes that with you, so everybody gets a clean pen. Thank you.
Good evening, Samantha Woolen-Weber, Planning Director. As stated, this is a project called The Quad. It is on Guy Road. This is a major subdivision, acting as a preliminary plat and a special use permit. It is a request to approve 20 townhomes off of Guy Road on approximately 2 acres, and townhomes in our ordinance are a special use permit, and they are going to be individual townhome units. Sometimes there are townhome developments where they're all on one tract of land and they have joint parking, but this particular request will be individual townhome units with individual parking in front. We'll discuss that a little bit more later. And the applicant is Adam and Hodges Engineering, and the owner is CGC Properties. This is a street view of Guy Road. Again, it is a property that is not developed. It is currently zoned O&I, office and institutional, and it is actually in the ETJ. It is not in town limits, but if this development is approved tonight, they will be required to annex because they are requesting utilities. The special use permit process in our ordinance will set the townhome standards, and so the applicant has proposed 1,650 square foot lot areas and lot widths of 22 foot, and you can see the different dimensional standards. The density for this proposal on this proposed development is 9.86 units an acre, or our code allows for up to 10 units an acre for townhomes. If it's a planned development, they can go possibly up to 12. Already went over some of this. As you may see, if you've looked on an aerial photo, there is a road called Brandon Drive. It has not, there's a right-of-way dedicated for this development. At this time, Brandon Drive will not be developed with this development, but once the property to the east of this gets developed, then they will be required to develop Brandon Drive, and then the access off of Guy Road would be closed. So there will not be 2 entrances that close together. So you can see, nice as a laser, they'll just be too close together. So, and there is a condition in there that states once Brandon Drive is built, then that entrance on Guy Road would be closed. They will have mail kiosks. They're using rollout trash cans. There will not be a service area that would contain their dumpster. And there's landscape buffers along Guy Road and then along the other properties that are currently single family. And there is some wetlands in the back, as you can see, in the top left corner. These are the proposed renderings for the townhomes. Definitely a different product. They may look familiar. This is something similar on Amelia Church Road and Shotwell. And so if it looks familiar, that is why, but it is individual parking and some pretty unique townhomes. That's something new to Clayton. And they are white and gray cement fiber siding. The comp plan does list this area as high-density residential, so it is consistent with the comp plan. And there is single-family residential in the area, but there also is quite a bit of multifamily as well. Just right down the road, there's some apartments, and then there is a neighborhood, Moss Creek, that has a lot of townhomes. In Guy Road, just a note, with the 42 widening, Guy Road may be realigned some closer to the 42 intersection, so I think DOT, and there is plans for Guy Road to become probably more of a high-traffic road than it is now due to its access to the Wake County area, but that is why DOT, they thoroughly reviewed this, which sometimes they would not, because it doesn't, 20 townhomes does not generate much traffic that would yield the threshold of a TIA, but NCDOT did review this, and that's where we came up with the Brandon Drive connection and then the removal of the Guy Road entrance. So if approved, staff does recommend approval of the conditions, and you will find in your packet, they're not in the staff report, they are in the attachment in your packet, that is the recommended conditions of approval that have been signed by the applicant. And the applicant is here tonight. So there will be two separate motions, the preliminary plat and the special use permit. And I will be happy to answer any questions that you have. And one more note, you may see on the plans and some of the stuff that it was, this began about last summer, but they put themselves on a hold due to some issues with the internal, or excuse me, not internal, but with the applicant. So it didn't take that long to go through the process. They were just on hold per their own wishes.
So just for my clarification, you are seeking two separate motions, one for the special use permit, which is the item that we have called and are on in our agenda. And then the second one will be for the following public hearing that we call. Or are we doing all of 7A and 7B combined?
I combined the presentations because it's almost not possible, but it's kind of hard to do one or the other. So I'll be more than happy to present it again during B, but it would be the same one. Yes, sir.
Okay. I just want to make sure that procedurally I do it the way it's supposed to get done.
We could do a motion for 7A and then say 7B and then do a motion for that instead of doing all under this one. It's a procedural. If Catherine has any other, if that's not correct.
I think just for the record, Samantha, correct me if I'm wrong, but the intention is that the special use permit be considered and a motion made on it first, and then the preliminary plat be considered and a motion made on it.
Yes.
So switch the 1 and 2 on her slides. It's right on your agenda from an A-B perspective. So as you're looking at your form motion sheets, your special use permit motion sheet gives you the standards by which you're evaluating, and then a motion should be made. And your preliminary plat motion sheet gives you the standards by which you should be evaluating the preliminary plat, and that would be your 7B motion. You can deliberate on everything together, then you just need 2 motions.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. All right. Any questions for planning? Mr. Granis.
I understand, I think, the situation with Brandon Drive not being developed at this time, but could you expand on that for the record, please?
Sure. So in 2003, there was a letter that was signed and stated that the developer of the lot, I think it's lot 7, I don't know if it's 657, but if you look on the aerial, it's going to be the lot to the right of the one highlighted. And there was a letter, it went through council at that time, and in the staff report, it says the exact wording. I want to tell you the exact wording, what it's called. Because this was a unique situation. So originally, staff did request that Brandon Drive be installed and constructed prior to this development being constructed. But in 2003, it was under the Neem subdivision. It was a subdivision of land, and then there was a letter of understanding from 2003 that was the former town manager, Mr. Steve Biggs, he signed, and that it stated that the property on the, if you're looking at this on the right, they would be responsible for developing Brandon Drive at the time to which that happens. And that is why we did not proceed due to that documentation.
So the reality is, and you correct me if I'm wrong, we don't really know when that road would be improved, do we?
We do not. But again, staff did, that was definitely an initial request.
Okay. And then I noticed that most everything adjacent to this particular property is O&I, and I'm going to have to assume that townhomes are approved in O&I.
Yes, they're special use.
Okay, that takes care of that question then. That's all I had.
Okay.
Anyone else? All right, this has been noted as a quasi-ditch, as a public hearing, and I'll now open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak, please step forward, state your name for the record.
I need to sign both of these.
Yes, please.
This is mine.
That's yours.
Oops. Good evening. I'm Donnie Adams with Adams and Hodge Engineering, 314 East Main Street here in Clayton. I'm a professional engineer, been doing this land development, design, engineering work for over 20 years. A lot of it in Clayton, a lot of it in Johnston County. But before I talk about the quad, one thing I want to say is I want to compliment whoever was involved or whoever set this up tonight for the socially distancing, complying with the COVID-19 standards. I thought it's been done extremely well out there. There was plenty of space. The audio was great, so we could follow along. How you monitored it with people coming in and out was wonderful. So and thank you for the pen. So I thought you did a great job. Okay, so thanks Samantha for sharing the details on the project. I don't believe that I have anything beyond specific questions that I would need to say about our project, but I know there's some things that I need to talk about as far as making sure we go through our findings of fact. Our findings of fact were part of the record. And I'm a little bit confused because we got two things going on. So if I happen to miss one as we go down, please flag me and ask me a question and I'll make sure we get it answered. So starting with, I believe that I am starting with the special use. Findings of fact is the applicant will not materially endanger the public health or safety if located or proposed. A brief statement to that, one of the things that Samantha mentioned, some things going on with Guy Road, some things going on with Brandon Drive. We currently have the access provided off of Brandon Drive. We realize and understand that, off of Guy Road, sorry, threw myself off. And we understand that at some point in the future, Brandon Drive is going to be constructed. And when that takes place, then the developer understands that the proposed driveway now that will come off of Guy Road will be abandoned, and then it would, the subdivision street or the townhome street would tie into Brandon Drive. One thing to note on that as far as safety goes, both situations, there's been adequate turnaround provided that meets the fire code.
in either situation, as it stands today, or once the connection to Guy Road is abandoned. Okay, number 2, that the application meets all required specifications, conforms to the standards, practices of sound land planning and the town code of ordinances. Brief statement is this subdivision does. We do comply with all the regulations of the UDO. We are connecting to town utilities, both water and sewer, doing appropriate extensions. We've worked with staff through the TRC process. We're doing sidewalk extensions along Guy Road. I understand that's part of the conditions of approval. We understand all those. We've got it on our plan. We're also dealing with stormwater, whether that be Johnston County or one that in the future is going to be handled by the town of Clayton. Next, the application will not substantially injure the value of the adjoining or abutting property. Brief statement to that is that, as discussed earlier, the proposed use is consistent with the future land use map in the Comprehensive Plan 2040. Good. That number 4, that the application will not adversely affect the adopted plans and policies of the town or violate the character of existing standards for the development of the adjacent properties. Again, brief statement is that the proposed development is, as said before, is in compliance with the town standards, ordinances, and consistent with the Comp 2040 plan. Now, I can continue on. There may be one statement that's slightly different in when we move into the plat, or I can stop and be happy to answer any questions that you guys may have of me.
Any questions at this time over the special use, Mr. Bunn?
Donnie, I just want to talk to you just for a second and ask you about the stormwater management. Here in town, we don't really have that big of an issue with stormwater, and I know since I've been on the council, and it's starting to rear its head, that we've passed in ETJ these developments that are coming on, and we're always assured no problem with the stormwater. 2 years later, we get these emails going, hey, could you assure us tonight we're not going to see that in 2 years?
That's a tough question to answer, and so I'll answer it as straight and as honest as I can.
Now, I'm not an engineer. No, I tell Rich I am, but I'm not. So lay it out in layman's terms.
All right. So that's a big task, especially given the type of rainfall that we've seen in the past 30 days, and more specifically in the past 10 days. We had a project, project that had some owner or residents. This was single family. They had complained to the developer about some stormwater, and they passed on rain gauge. This particular event was over 3 inches of rain in an hour, and when you go back through the charts and you try to put that into relation, you hear people talk about 100-year storms. Well, this wasn't a 100-year storm on all categories, but it was the same rain rate as a 100-year storm. And those things come and pop up, and they happen so fast, it's crazy. So to sit here and say that this is perfect, or any project that you're going to get in front of you is perfect, and you're never going to hear anything, that would be, I couldn't do that. But I can tell you that our project has and will be designed to meet the standards of the town or standards of Johnston County as far as stormwater goes. And part of that process will also be a certification that it has been, after constructed, it has been installed with consistent compliance of the plan, intentions of the plans.
Okay, thank you, Don.
Anyone else? Mr. Granis.
I noticed that there were no responses for the neighborhood meeting. Am I to assume then that there was no one that showed up from the neighborhood for that meeting?
From the neighborhood, that is correct. There were several people in attendance, but it was all part of my team.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
All right, are we good under the SUP? You want to jump to your findings of facts for the preliminary plat, and just the thoroughness of the record if you'll just do all four.
Yes, sir. Okay, moving into to the plat. Number one, finding of fact, consistency with the adopted plans and policies of the town. Again, our plan has been designed and is consistent with the town's comprehensive plan 2040. Number two, the subdivision meets all required specifications of the chapter. We've gone through this with the TRC process. They agree with us that our subdivision, this plat, meets all the requirements of the town's UDO. Number three, the subdivision will not be detrimental to the use or orderly development of other properties in the surrounding areas. The quad townhome development will be basically a continuation of the development pattern that you see in the general area along Guy Road, because we've got this type of use. We've got some apartments, we've got single family, we've got a school and some commercial going on. So it blends in as continuation of that pattern. Number four, the subdivision design will provide for the distribution of traffic in a manner that will avoid, mitigate congestion within the immediate area, will provide for unified and orderly use of the extension of public infrastructure, and will not materially endanger the environment, public health, safety, or general welfare. And again, as mentioned before, talked about access, providing appropriate access to Guy Road now, and DOT agrees and confirms that. And again, in the future, once Brandon Drive is constructed, that connection will go away and a new connection will be provided to Brandon Drive. Along with that are improvements and extension and connections to the existing sidewalk. And that brings me to the end of my findings of fact. But again, happy to answer any questions or add to that as necessary.
Any questions or comments as it pertains to the finding of facts for the preliminary plat? Mr. Granis.
This is not directly correlated to the findings of fact, but could you tell me what the length of the driveways are?
I'll look at my plat so that I make sure that I answer it correctly. We do have a setback in front of the garage to our to the sidewalk as directed by the town, and I want to say that's 23, 24, 25 feet. And I did not bring something to a scale appropriate. There it is, yes, 25. You can see on lot number 14, 25 foot.
Okay, and are you going to allow street parking, or is the developer going to allow street parking?
I think that's I guess a standard answer to that. There's no plans to allow street parking. Believe in this particular one, especially with the garage providing 3 spaces for each one of the units. So we believe that's adequate.
Okay. And what's the width of the interior street?
It is 23 feet back to back.
And if there happens to be cars parked on both sides of the street, that would be reduced to approximately what?
On both sides of the street?
Yeah.
Probably nothing. I mean, both sides of the street, curb to curb, 2 cars side by side, 16 feet. So
The reason I asked that question, I'm concerned about emergency vehicles.
access.
So. Okay. That's all I had.
Hold on, 23 minus 16, it's only about 7 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can't squeeze a fire truck through that.
Nope.
Other questions? Mr. Holder?
Are there any turning lanes going to be provided on Guy Road? Because anytime you have a street coming in, you have a potential rear-ending problem for turning lanes if there's not one.
So we worked with NCDOT with this. There's no proposed additional widening. I believe there's widening appropriate out there at this point that does provide a center aisle.
That is a concern I have.
What's that?
Anyone else? All right. Thanks, sir. Anyone wishing to speak against? No one wishing to speak against? No need for rebuttal. I'll turn it over to the council for their deliberation.
I have a question of our attorney. If, I'm assuming we could add additional conditions if we see so fit to do that?
Yes, so you can have reasonable conditions that are designed to ensure that the project is in compliance with the findings.
Okay. I'd like us to consider an additional requirement, and that would be a condition, and that would be no parking on either side of this particular street. And the purpose behind that is to allow emergency vehicles to be able to get in.
Would you say both or just one side?
I would say both.
I think that's more than what we have in other streets, isn't it?
Is that a common practice, Samantha, that both sides of the street would be restricted from parking in order to allow for emergency vehicles to access that area? I don't want to burden them with something that is not the best practice in what we've been utilizing, but I just want to make sure it's safe.
So depending on if it's a private road, if it's a public road, I mean, you can have no parking on both or just one side. Realistically, it may be hard to achieve. We did push back the driveways to 25 feet. Anything since I've been here, any driveway is at least 23 to 25 feet to accommodate your longer vehicles. So, I mean, I might say, is it common or is it not? It would be probably just with this right-of-way width, and one of the engineers maybe can speak to this better, but no parking on both sides may be more realistic for this, but on a longer street, like throughout a whole neighborhood, it may not be as the best option.
Thank you. Mr. Thompson?
Yeah, I think with this, if you look at it realistically, initially your entrance is going to be on Guy Road. There's no cul-de-sac and there's no exit because Brandon Drive doesn't exist. So if you try to pull a fire engine down there now, even with parking on one side of the street, they're not going to be able to turn around and get out. You know, and so emergency vehicles are already going to face a hard enough time turning around, even if there's not parking on both sides of the street. So I think if we add any street parking, it's only going to hinder that because they're already, you know, there's still not a lot of room for them to turn around.
Agree.
If there was a cul-de-sac or some sort of a turnaround feature, I would say you could probably swing it. But right now they're going to bottleneck on one end if they get down there, and you're going to have a issue either which way trying to turn around.
May I have a question as well? Mr. Grant, I said my question on your condition was, when you say no parking, are you implying that the developer needs to somehow build a feature that would enforce that, or is that just going to fall to the town? How exactly would you enforce a no parking in a design, or is that through signage? I'm just curious if you wanted, what you were looking for there.
Well, first of all, I don't know, so let me give you some speculation. I would think that the developer we would want to require the developer to put up no parking signs on each side of the street. And I don't know that that would be our responsibility at this juncture. If it is the town's responsibility, then I would prefer to see still the same situation, that we have no parking signs on both sides of the street. And I certainly concur with Mayor Pro Tem about the safety vehicles. The other issue is obvious. You cannot turn around. And I don't know what that span is. I know it's not exceptionally long, but the only way they can really get out is back out.
And this is a private street, so as far as the enforcement on the police, I'm not sure how that would.
So given a private street, I would require the developer to do that.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I have one question.
Yes, Art.
What's the potential for connecting right into the present street that we're talking about extending? We just bring it down and bring it in there. Then if you had an emergency vehicle, they could go out the other way.
The council can impose any conditions related to the findings of facts, and I don't have braces now, so I can't be my braces on this. The council can impose any conditions that link to finding of facts, life safety, those types of things.
You know, my only concern with what Councilman Holder is saying, if you extend that street down, I'm assuming that's Ellington subdivision.
Yes.
Yes.
Reaches into, Garrison.
Or Garrison.
It's Garrison subdivision.
Which Garrison and Lionsgate do kind of tie back into Ellington on the other side.
Right. But this upper right-hand corner, that street that's north of that corner, that goes into what subdivision?
Garrison.
Okay. So that would just mean additional people going through Garrison
Well,
to get into and out of.
if it was extended down to, as Councilmember Holder's question, if it was extended down to the entrance here, there would be some sort of gate, barrier, guardrail, something to stop people, because they may go through this townhome development, then to get in, may not, it may be too much of a hassle. So.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. People taking a shortcut to get to Garrison, turning right off Guy Road, going through, pass through this and getting up into Garrison. That's what I would do. Yeah. But it is a private street. It's not Town of Clayton Street.
Right.
Right.
I mean, they could gate it, like technically, if, I guess they wanted to, not saying they would make it like a gated community.
Okay.
Which you want has the ability to do that.
Okay, thank you.
But yes, and town staff definitely wanted to have that constructed, but there was the letter of understanding that was on record.
Okay. Any other questions? Donnie?
Thank you. Just wanted to say one thing about the turnaround. What it may or may not be readily visible, but in the middle of that private street, we have the CBU and parking for that, and that has been shifted back further than normal to provide the fire department turnaround at the appropriate lengths where we stay less than 150 feet from either direction. So there's been an attempt to provide the turnaround at that point. No issue with the non-parking either.
All right. What are the wishes of the council?
Mr. Mayor? So I would like to make the no parking a condition on that private street with no parking signs provided by the developer. And then I believe that the engineer's suggestion is good, that I'm not sure how to describe this, but to be able to modify that street to where an emergency vehicle or a fire engine could actually be able to make a turnaround. And I'm prepared to make a motion after considering the competent material and substantial evidence presented, including the application and materials of record. I move to approve with the additional conditions the preliminary subdivision plat application 2019-129-SD, the quad. This motion is based on the following findings. 1, the preliminary subdivision is consistent with the adopted plans and policies of the town. 2, the subdivision meets all required specifications of the Town of Clayton Unified Development Code. 3, the subdivision will not be detrimental to the use or orderly development of other properties in the surrounding area and will not violate the character of existing standards for development of properties in the surrounding area. And 4, the subdivision design will provide for the distribution of traffic in a manner that will avoid or mitigate congestion within the immediate area and will provide for the unified and orderly use of extension of public infrastructure and will not materially endanger the environment, public health, safety, or general welfare.
Mr. Grant, if I may, just to jump in there to say that the condition that you have proposed, I think that is where you want to insert it. So the applicant meets this finding number 4, subject to the following conditions. And I believe I heard you indicate that one condition in order to satisfy that finding would be the requirement of no street parking. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I will admit, I did not quite understand the second condition, and so I want to make sure the record is clear both for the applicant and for the council members voting. I will also say that applicant approached me to indicate he would like to provide one clarification point as to what is on the plans already, and I would suggest that once we get through the motion, if it is the will of the council for any further comment, to ask for the applicant to provide that clarification. That would be my suggestion for procedure. So if you could help me, Mr. Grandis, for your second condition.
So
describe that condition for me, please.
the subdivision meets all required specifications of the Town of Clayton Unified Development Code.
Was the second condition related to the extension of the existing road?
No.
Okay.
A turnaround for the emergency apparatus was,
One more time?
I think my superintendent asked for there be adequate turnaround for the emergency apparatus.
Correct.
Okay. In the development, not through the use of an existing infrastructure.
I don't think he specified, but for approval that it needs to happen, yes.
So that the condition, in order to facilitate the distribution of traffic and not materially endanger environment, public health and safety, or the welfare, would be to work with staff to develop an option that allows for turnaround of emergency services vehicles to staff's satisfaction?
Yes.
It's a proposal, so it's your motion. I'm just trying to make the record clear.
That would be my motion.
Okay.
That I would like to see that staff and the applicant can work together in order to create some sort of an easement to be able to turn around emergency vehicles.
Okay. So with that, Mayor, I think the motion, I'll let council members ask if there needs to be clarity on the two conditions to the motion, but I think for the record, it's relatively clear, and I would turn it back over to you and your discretion to have further discussion or hear from the applicant.
Okay, thank you. Is everybody clear on the two additional conditions Mr. Granis has requested? All right, and we have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of the preliminary plat 2019-129 SD, the quad. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Raise your hand. Opposed, like sign. Raise your hand. Motion carries.
And I'll just remind the council that we need the special use permit approval as well.
And I have a question of our attorney. Do we need to include the two additional conditions in this motion as well?
Can't purchase.
Okay. Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Grants.
After considering the competent material and substantial evidence presented included in the application and material of record, I move to approve SUP application 2019-130-SUP, the quad. This motion is based upon the following findings. The application will not materially endanger public health or safety if located where proposed and developed according to the plans as submitted and approved. 2, the application meets all required specifications and conforms to the standards and practices of sound land use planning and the town code of ordinances or other applicable regulations. 3, the application will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property and will not be detrimental to the use or development of adjacent properties or other neighborhood uses. And 4, the application will not adversely affect the adopted plans and policies of the town or violate the character of the existing standards for development of adjacent properties. And I think the applicant meets the above findings. However, there would be 2 subject additional conditions. One would be that there will be no parking signs erected on the street by the developer, and 2, that the developer will work with town staff to create an easement allowing emergency vehicles to be turned around.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of 2019-139 SUP, the quad. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Up next on the agenda under public hearing is the 2020-22 PDD shops at Glen Laurel rezoning.
Ceci, was there a rezoning one?
There was maybe in a different order.
Yes, that first. Thank you. I'm Samantha Woolen-Waver, Planning Director. I am presenting for Haley Hoag. She is our senior planner, but I am presenting for her tonight, just to clarify on the agenda. She was going to be here, so anyway. This is the Glen Laurel Plan Development rezoning. This is case 2020-22 Plan Development. And the request is to rezone it from RE to Plan Development Mixed Use. And the total addition of the land is approximately 10.5 acres. And it is on the corner of Glen Laurel Road and Highway 42 East. The bridge and the noose is to the right, to the east of this property. You you can see currently, the property is zoned RE, as I just stated. The property to the south is RE. There is some residential and industrial in the area. This is near Caterpillar and some other development. The planned development mixed-use designation will match the other planned development that is to the north. This is just an addition to the Glen Laurel existing planned development. And it was previously adopted in 2015, and they want to add this additional land to make the development larger. And so this land has to be rezoned, and then following this, if this is the rezoning is approved, and then we would hear the master plan modification, which adds the additional land and then discusses the uses, proposed uses on that land. So this tonight is just right now, it's just the rezoning from RE to planned development mixed use. It is consistent with the 2040 future land use map. As you can see, it is adjoining the existing development and just adding land to that existing development. And I will comment on it is considered neighborhood mixed use, so that would consist of residential, commercial, retail, office. So it is something where you can kind of live, work, and play if you would like. That is one of the definitions of a neighborhood mixed use. And medium-density residential. If this is approved, then the associated preliminary plat acting as a master plan will be presented next, and that will be a quasi-judicial hearing, and that will be with the uses and show what is planned for this new section at the shops at Glen Laurel. But this right now is just the rezoning. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
Questions or comments for staff? Okay, thank you, Samantha. This has been noted as a public hearing, and I'll now open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this rezoning matter, please step forward and state your name for the record.
Good evening, board members and staff. I'm Mark Ashness with the C Group. Kate Brown is behind me here with the development team. Samantha's covered it fairly well. This is clearly designated for this use in your 2040 master land use plan, and we're fully compliant with that. And I'd be glad to answer any questions specific to the rezoning.
Okay, questions or comments? Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
My name is Jim Dempster. I'm a resident adjacent to the Pines project. Some of you may remember me from the original date of this zoning proposal. While my property doesn't meet any of this additional property, I do have a big concern, and it was brought up in the previous presentation about stormwater management. And I would like to see what is proposed for that additional site. My concern goes back to what we've experienced on the earlier development. My home is located right at that point on the very right-hand side. If you remember, there was a little frog pond that was involved. Above that, a holding pond was constructed. And the discharge comes down into that frog pond, which then crosses our property. From the beginning of that holding pond up until maybe 3-4 weeks ago, that holding pond did not properly work. I've had various people from the city out in the past. I've written numerous letters to the developer, never had a response. Our problem is that if that pond fills, there's some trees that could come down, damaging our property. So I'm concerned with the other people that are affected by this recent addition, that they will take and pay close attention to whatever stormwater management plan is proposed. One last comment is that this holding pond behind our property has caused a real health problem. The mosquito population has just expanded, and it is intolerable a lot of times. No management and maintenance has been done on that pond outside of the discharge area. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Did he say he lived in Fox Ridge? Did you say you lived in Fox Ridge?
Yes.
Where, could you show me again where you live at Fox Ridge?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Could you show me where you live at Fox Ridge?
Let's see where, right this way. This is our property right here.
I got you. I got you.
Holding pond is right where that little hand is.
So the developer of that property is also the developer of this property, am I correct?
I don't know.
The master developer of this project is different from the developer of the garden-style apartments there that are on the east side. There may be some common members, but it's not the same developer. There's a master developer, and then there are other parties that are, buying lots like the State Employees Credit Union and then developing parcels within the project. I'm happy to report that information, though, to the master developer to make them aware of it.
All right, anyone else wishing to speak? If not, I'll close the public hearing and turn it over to the council for their discussion.
Mr. Mayor, as we were just discussing about the stormwater, I always have serious concerns about stormwater, and I know we don't talk about stormwater at this point during the rezoning part, and we can deal with that on the next one if we approve. And I'd like for us to take that up in the next session when we go to the next phase of this. But as far as the rezoning, I'm okay with rezoning. And after considering the recommendation of Planning Board, Planning Director, I move to approve case 2020-22 PDD Shops at Glen Laurel rezoning, and to approve the statement of consistency and reasonableness included in this agenda packet as follows.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of the rezoning. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, the next public hearing is the 2020-39 SD Shops at Glen Laurel preliminary plat. This is a quasi-judicial hearing, and I'll turn it over to the attorney for a briefing on quasi-judicial process.
In a quasi-judicial hearing, the council will sit and act like a court of law. It will only consider evidence that is presented under oath this evening. It will consider competent material and substantial evidence. It will not consider hearsay, which are statements made outside of the hearing this evening. And anyone wishing to testify needs to be sworn in or affirmed by the clerk.
Thank you. Anybody wishing to offer testimony, please stand. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you are about to give is true to the best of your knowledge and belief? Thank you. When you come up to offer your testimony, please make sure you sign the correct sheet, and please take a clean pen and take that with you when you leave. Thank you. Samantha, could you just make sure that the right sheet is out that everybody's signing? And right now, we're looking for 2020-39. Thank you.
Sorry. Let's see. This is the associated master plan, preliminary plat, acting as the master plan for the rezoning that was just heard. Again, this is already a previously approved master plan. They are adding the land to it. So now the total size is approximately 55 acres. And again, it is at the corner of 42 East and Glen Laurel Road. And the stars we started doing shows where the public hearing signs are placed. And of course, this was noticed in the paper on our, all our development projects are listed on the website. And the adjoining properties within 100 feet did receive a letter. Some history on this. This was the original master plan. You'll see the master plan. You can see it in your packets that they are much more detailed now than we have in the past. So in this pretty much had 3 phases. Phase 1 was apartments, which are now built out. Phase 2 is a self-storage facility, and then the other larger tract, the remaining parcel was your commercial, retail, some non-residential. Out there has been the bank, the State Employees Credit Union. I'm not sure y'all have seen that right there at the corner of 42 and Glen Laurel. And there have been a number of site plans that have gone through the planning board for this development. And right now we have approximately 4 more site plans for this development that if this master plan is approved tonight, those will proceed to planning board on Monday. This is also where the Goodwill, that was approved for a major site plan, and then there was a strip center that was going to be a mixture of different uses. This is the proposed master plan. There's 11 total phases, whereas there was 3, and the addition of the 10.5 acres. There's going to be an additional 126 apartments, 146 assisted living. Currently, the completed is going to be lots 1, 3, and 4. And under construction at this time, lots 6 and 7. And then the remaining phases will include a daycare, retail, and commercial uses. And like I said, there are some site plans that are being reviewed in TRC, and once this is approved, they will proceed to planning board. The traffic study was originally completed in 2015. It was updated with this master plan modification to add the additional land, and it actually decreased the trip generations from almost 12,000 to just over 10,000 per day. And there was no additional requirements from NCDOT and improvements installed currently or there's underway. As you can see, there's a lot of construction going on this site, and the 42 East widening is occurring in front of the site as well. And there is a greenway throughout the property, and there is sidewalk connectivity, and we're ensuring with each site plan approval that connectivity, pedestrian connectivity, is continued. It is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan 2040. It is shown as a neighborhood mixed use, as we did state earlier, and this is the addition of the land, and you can see there's one more parcel to the south that is also in the same designation. So that was it, and again, there is conditions listed in your packet that have been signed. If you have any questions related to that, and again, just as before, you can add additional conditions if you would like, and any of the conditions that were previously done, they have been updated and amended with this master plan modification. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Okay, we'll hear from the applicant.
Good evening again, board members and staff. Mark Ashnes with the CE Group. I have a bachelor's degree in landscape architecture from NC State School of Design and a bachelor's in civil engineering from North Carolina State University as well. I've been practicing as a professional engineer in the state of North Carolina for a little over 25 years. We have done a multitude of mixed-use projects like this throughout the Triangle area, including recently in Chatham Park and Chatham County and Apex. Samantha has addressed the issue, the first issue. Again, we're fully compliant with your comp plan. In looking at this, since 2015, obviously some things have happened out in that area, and basically following the plan that was currently in place. There's been a self-storage facility built on Glen Laurel Road. The State Employees Credit Union is either completed or very close to completion. The Goodwill Foundation store is starting construction. There's also a retail Lot 6, which is right near the entrance there, where you see the largest water quality pond, sort of the top of the screen. That particular project has a restaurant and some retail in it, about 7,000 square feet. That's also under construction. As Samantha mentioned, there's several other projects that are either in review. In the center of the site, there's I'm sorry, shouldn't have done that. Let me go backwards here. Here we go. In the center of the site, there's some retail, about 37,000 square feet of shops, and those shops are going to range in size from 1,800 square feet to upwards of 4,000 square feet for like a medical office. So if you look at the total project, if we just excluded the mini storage, which is well over 100,000 square feet, that's kind of a distortion of the square footage in the project. If you looked at the remainder of the commercial retail, it's right at 100,000 square feet planned. There's about 37,000 square feet in the center. The State Employees Credit Union, the daycare, which is also in review right now on Glen Laurel Road, just north of where the mini storage is. If you sort of took out those larger shops like the Goodwill and the daycare and the credit union, you still have close to 60,000 square feet left. And those really are going to be more shop-related facilities. So if you think about that, those shops are going to average, say, 2,400 square feet. Some will be 1,800, some will be 3,600. It'll vary, obviously, by the end user, but those are really local entrepreneurs. I mean, those are franchisees or people that have their own businesses like insurance agencies, accountants, you name the range, smaller restaurants. So there truly will be shops out here at the end of the day, and they'll consume about 60,000 square feet of that commercial retail within the project. I'd like to speak to the findings of fact. Consistency with the adopted plans and policies of the town. The existing project and the 10.5 plus acre parcel proposed for addition are both located in a zone designated as high density residential / neighborhood center in the 2040 plan. Number 2, the subdivision meets all required specifications of the Unified Development Code. The existing project conforms with all the town standards. The proposed modifications also comply with all town standards. Number 3, the subdivision will not be detrimental to the use or orderly development of other properties in the surrounding area. It will not violate the character of the existing standards for development of the properties in the surrounding area. The proposed uses are allowed by the town. The additional lots and improvements achieved with the additional acreage allows for more services, which benefits the surrounding communities and the existing uses already approved within the project. Number 4, that the subdivision design will provide for the distribution of traffic in a manner that will avoid or mitigate congestion within the immediate area, will provide for the unified and orderly use of all extension of public infrastructure. It will not materially endanger the environment, public health, safety, or general welfare. Significant off-site roadway improvements have already been made on both NC 42 and Glen Laurel Road to ensure orderly distribution of traffic to and from the project and surrounding communities. The updated TIA has been performed. Based on the modifications, no additional improvements are warranted based upon the change in the project intensity and completed road improvements. The project already has access to existing public water and sewer. Specific to the stormwater questions that were raised, so there are currently 4 ponds on the site. Let me go backwards here. Let's see. Sorry, go the other way. There we go. So we're proposing to add a pond in that southwest corner that you see right there. So the ponds that the gentleman was referring to in the, I'll just speak general, in the east side where the garden style apartments currently exist. we're not having any impact on that. Basically, the pond right at the center there near the traffic signal that you see, that pond, that's water quality pond 1. There's really, that water drains across NC 42. There were substantial roadway culvert improvements there. That drains directly to the Neuse River. There's a pond already in front of the extra storage space there that you see on Glen Laurel. Really, the amount of development pattern that goes to that pond is somewhat unchanged, so we'll still be fully compliant with your regs today. And then this is the new pond here. So this additional 10 acres is basically going to drain to the west to this particular pond, and then that pond releases down into a swale on Glen Laurel Road, and there's actually a larger buffered stream on the west side of Glen Laurel that ultimately it's conveyed to. So the drainage pattern for this particular site actually moves towards the NCDOT right-of-way for both the existing pond in front of the mini storage and the new pond. And then the pond in the front drains across 42 to the north. So there is really no drainage to residential areas from the core commercial section of the project. And obviously the stormwater runoff from those areas will have to be fully compliant with the town and county standards for the storm events through the 25-year storm, and then managing a storm event above that. And that will be dealt with during the construction drawing phase.
So you think the apartment community is affecting his stormwater problem, is that it?
Yes, there's a divide line there. Basically, it's about where the aerial photo starts. So a portion of the apartments, let me see if this will show up on the screen here. No, it won't. So the apartments that are closest to the pond there where the traffic signal is at the center of the project, those apartments drain to the pond 1, and then as you move further east where the garden style apartments are, there are 2 other ponds in that location, and those were, that's where they discharge sort of in an easterly pattern right there. So virtually all of this commercial retail either drains to pond 1 or to the 2 ponds on Glen Laurel Road to the west. Nothing is draining back in that direction. Okay. That's correct. And then there's obviously commercial activity on the other side of us there on Glen Laurel. And I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Well, you've piqued my interest. You know, you've heard the old story, if you build it, they'll come. So you're telling me all about those restaurants and retail. Have you got bites, or are you just hoping they're coming?
Well, in speaking with Kate, and Kate is directly involved with the leasing, there's a lot of interest out here. And obviously, with the assisted living and the memory care that goes in that, that's going to actually benefit these kinds of shops, you know, that will go in this location. We're pleased to be here now after your original approval, and you can see, you know, the credit union's there. There's a mini storage there. Goodwill's under construction. The restaurant right there next to the large pond at the entrance on 42 is now reactivated, and they have someone online to go into that restaurant. So I think the momentum is good out here, given just the general development pattern that's occurring, and then the amount of people that can either walk to this or use the multi-use trail that's going to be built, you know, from some of the surrounding communities.
We've received letters, people opposing this because of no retail.
Sure.
Now you're saying there's retail. So
yes,
I appreciate that.
And the proof is in the pudding there, and Samantha can speak to that. We have specific site plans in review right now for probably over 40,000 square feet of what I would call shops, you know, within the project that's going to have that scale of that, you know, 1,200 to 3,600 square feet. So I think it'll be very helpful for people that are looking to start a business in that area that supports the overall community. This is a great location for it.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jody.
Mr. Holder.
In response to the retail and the commercial, that's not something we can promise people. We've got to have people that want to come in and build restaurants, want to come in and have shops. And until that happens, we can't control what goes there. So we need to go with what's available to us.
think, as times change, so do our development plans. And, I certainly understand the reason, for wanting to have more additional retail for citizens of Clayton out in that area. But I'll tell you right now, if you go door to door on Main Street in Clayton and ask retail, how's it going? They're going to tell you it's not going too well. If you go to, the independent restaurateurs and say, how's the restaurant business? They're going to tell you it's not what it used to be. So we're living in a time right now where, retail, while there are some people who would love the convenience of having retail across the street, it doesn't necessarily make the economy of scales worth it for someone to invest in what is definitely not going to be a low rent district. It's going to be high rent, brand new, property, brand new facility, brand new environment. I kind of agree with you, Art. We're not responsible for guaranteeing that there's shoppable retail experiences there, because that's simply based on what the market's going to bear. That's all. But am I personally happy to see assisted and independent living proposed development? Absolutely. Do I hear from our segment of the population of senior citizens that would like to have more availability on places like that in our region? Absolutely. So I think you kind of have to, outweigh one with the other. All right, anyone else wish to speak? If not, I'll close the public. Oh no, this is not public hearing, it's a quasi. So anyone wish to speak against? No,
Say that we did receive a letter, and everybody has received that, and I will make that part of the record.
Thank you. Yes.
And that letter was received from Ms. Powers.
Correct. And we all received that. So no need for rebuttal, and unless there's anything else you'd like to add. You good? I think you are. So I'll turn it over to the council for deliberation. Questions or comments? Mr. Granis.
I'd like to address the letter that we got from Mrs. Powers. I think Samantha and also the applicant both did a pretty good job of explaining what is going in this area in hopes of what the future will bring with respect to businesses in this area. One of the most important things that I think that we can pass along, not only to Mrs. Powers but others, is we cannot dictate what has to go in developments like this. It's really the developer coming to us, and if the particular development that they are suggesting to want to be permitted comes before us, if it complies with the zoning requirements, it's very difficult, especially in a quasi position, for us to refute or to not pass that particular development. And we have to be very clear with respect to findings of fact that can substantiate our position should we choose not to have a specific development come in. And if we do that, that certainly opens us up for the possibility of a court case in the future. And I do appreciate her comments. Although I don't totally agree with some of her comments, I respect what she's saying, and I appreciate her concerns.
All right, so I'll entertain a motion.
Jody.
Mr. Mayor, after considering the competent material and substantial evidence presented, including the application and materials of record, I move to approve with conditions preliminary subdivision plat number 2020-39-SD Shops at Glen Laurel. This motion is based on the following findings: that the preliminary subdivision plat is consistent with the adopted plans and policies of the town. The subdivision meets all required specifications of the Town of Clayton Unified Development Code. The subdivision will not be detrimental to the use or orderly development of other properties in the surrounding area and will not violate the character of existing standards for development of properties of the surrounding area. And number 4, the subdivision design will provide for distribution of traffic in a manner that will avoid or mitigate congestion within the immediate area, will provide for the unified and orderly use of or extension of public infrastructure, and will not materially endanger the environment, public health, safety, or general welfare.
Second.
Motion and a second for approval of the preliminary plat 2020-39SD. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to address the gentleman who lives in Fox Ridge real quick before he leaves. Since that is a new development that's got this pond on it, is there any way we could get Rich and his group to take a look, see if it's in compliance this week or next week? Josh, or, I mean, that's a fairly new project. He's already dealing with a problem.
Yeah, so Joshua Baird, town engineer, that's something we can certainly look into doing, and we can take a look and ensure that it is being compliant with our phase 2 regulations. It requires that we ensure they are. So we'll certainly check that out.
Good deal. Thank you.
I'd like to add one thing. Around town, we've got a lot of holding ponds. And certainly, if water stands in on a long time, it breeds mosquitoes. Are we as a town addressing that issue and doing anything to reduce the breeding of mosquitoes in these ponds?
I can certainly address that now, and we can have some further discussions on it if we need to, but most of the SCMs, the stormwater control measures that you're referring to, are privately maintained, and we require the private development to see that they are maintained. Most devices that are maintained properly will not have significant mosquito problems. Those that are not maintained properly is where we start to see the mosquito problem. So as we really ramp up stormwater program, that's something that we're going to be on the lookout for, ensuring that these things are maintained and functioning as they were designed and permitted.
Awesome. Okay, up next, I need an adoption of resolution 2020-28, the wastewater allocation.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for adoption of the resolution 2020-28, the wastewater allocation. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Thank you. All right, that's it for our public hearing. Next on our new business is the firing range remediation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Rich Capola, Public Services Director. As you're aware, we have a firing range on the site of the future wastewater treatment plant where our electrical substation and force main to Raleigh is currently located. Last week, we received bids to remediate the lead essentially that is accumulated within the berm out there. We received 7 bids and would like to recommend awarding the bid to Contaminant Control, Inc. at a bid of $129,962.50. If you guys agree with that number, which is much better than we originally anticipated it could be, they could start as early as next Monday. However, it's likely they'll wait till the following Monday, the 31st. Initial work will be to remove, do some clearing and grubbing and do the soil amendment to go ahead and get the lead to adhere to the reagent. And then they'll come back a few weeks later, and that's when approximately 40 to 50 truckloads of the soil will be removed from the site. So.
And I want to make sure that before we award this bid or after we award this bid, that they know that every day they need to leave those streets like they found them. Okay?
Yep.
I don't want people calling me saying there's red clay everywhere. I don't want them saying there's dust. No, they need to know from the get-go that those streets, that pathway from point A to point B needs to be cleaned every day after they finish.
But we will have a consultant out there as well as town staff monitoring the site as well.
All right, so I'll entertain a motion. Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we authorize town manager to execute the contract regarding the fire and range remediation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to authorize the town manager to execute the contract. Is there any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
Get the second from?
Was it Art? You gave a second. You gave a second. There's Bobby right there. Bobby gave the second. All right, up next is the budget update with Nancy Medlin.
Good evening, Mayor, Council.
Good evening.
I will try and be very brief, but hopefully give you some good information. As we continue to go through the fiscal year, we will probably change the format of how we present this information to you, but because we're only 1 month in, my presentation is kind of brief. But as we move forward, we're probably going to follow the format that was in the budget message and talk about some of the assumptions and where we are based on those assumptions. And just to go over those briefly, the first one related to ad valorem taxes and valuations. We do not yet have the final scroll report, so we can't report on where we are. The second assumption was on property tax collections. We haven't started collecting property taxes, so again, we can't give you any information there. The third was sales tax revenues. We do not yet have any fiscal year 2021 sales tax revenues. However, I can tell you where we are as of June 30th of 2020. We did receive our final allocation for the month of June. June sales tax revenues were 10% higher in June of 2020 than they were in June of 2019.
Wow.
We ended the year $558,000 above budget, which was 12.2% higher than budget and 11.7% higher than where we ended last year. So we did not see a decline in sales tax, okay? Going into this year, our projections were that we were going to recognize 10% less sales tax revenue than we recognized last year. Again, we have not received any allocation for the year of 2021, but our expectations are that we'll certainly meet that, probably exceed that. Another assumption was about investment earnings, that they would be reduced by $230,000. We don't yet have information to tell you where we are on that. Another assumption, development fees would remain constant. Year-to-date, in application fees alone, we're at 26% of budget, which means for 1 month of the year, we have already collected 26% of what we budgeted for revenues. So we're well ahead.
Wow.
Building permits seem on track for where they have been in prior years, so we expect building permits to be pretty good. Another assumption is that other revenues would remain constant, and currently our collections of other revenues are at 12%. The last two items were that the state would not take any of our additional revenues, to be determined, and that the recession would last 8 to 12 months, still to be determined. I can tell you that looking at our revenues over the last 5 years and tracking where we are and how they have flowed, typically at this time of the year, we're in the 1.2 to or so range. We're at 1.6. Now, there is an outlying year you see in there for 2018, and that's because we had significant building inspection revenues for the Novo project, which made it look skewed. When I take those revenues out, the actual number for that year was about 1.09. So we're at 1.6%. So we're tracking ahead of where we typically are this time of year in a standard year. Expenditures, looking at where we are typically, tracking expenditures over the 5-year period. Typically, we're in the 7 to 8% range. As town manager reported at the last meeting, we are holding back on significant expenditures during this first half of the year. And you can see that flowing through right here. Typically, we would be in the 7 to 8%, and we're in 3.5%. So we are holding the line. Looking at, I don't have a slide for this, but looking at the water sewer fund, revenues are tracking at 18% and expenditures at 16%. So we're taking in more money than we're spending out. And in the electric fund, revenues are at 9% and expenditures are at 1%. So again, we're taking in more money than we're putting out. So overall, we're in fairly good shape and we're watching it like a hawk.
Exactly. Do we, like, how much alcohol tax, how is that amount playing into our overall budget?
We don't know because those monies are allocated to us a couple of times a year by the ABC board.
Okay.
And we've not yet received any allocations, and they don't give us any information about alcohol sales to tell us, what we think we might get. When we get it is when we get it.
Well, the last one that we got was pretty tremendous.
Yeah. If riding past the ABC stores and seeing the line are any indication, I think we'll probably do okay again.
It looked like every weekend is Christmas.
Yes, sir. But we don't get any data ahead of time. It's when their board meets and they make the allocation, it's when we get the money.
Gotcha. Thank you. All right, questions for Nancy? Mr. Granis?
I don't know that you can answer this, Nancy, but I know that the county has a project with respect to being able to subsidize the municipalities with respect to COVID expenses.
CARES Act funding, yes, sir.
And could you speak to that at all with respect to what we might be looking at receiving and whether or not we have to pay any of that back?
I'll tell you what I know, and I'm not going to have exact numbers because I wasn't prepared to tell you, but we did file for reimbursement of the public safety expenditures, police primarily, for the period of, I think, May through December. Is that correct, Adam?
Through December.
And I believe that dollar amount is somewhere in the $800,000 range.
It's just north of 800,000.
Yeah. And it's my understanding that we will not pay those funds back, that those will come to us and we'll be able to allocate towards those costs that we've incurred.
If I could maybe add to your question or your answer, the county is managing that, as I think you already know. And we have been working very closely with the county staff that have been designated for that, and we're following their recommendation for how we apply for those dollars. It's a situation where there's a series of approvals, right? So we have to go through the county first, and then it goes to the state next. And so it's a learning as you go for them, and we've been following their lead, and they've adjusted a few times as far as what they've suggested that we do, but they're basically treating almost every municipality in the county the same way, and how they decided to allocate these dollars. You also might remember originally when the state set aside these dollars, counties were not mandated to give municipalities any of the dollars. There was a follow-up legislation that made that happen, but our county was going to do that regardless. So I would say that's great credit to Johnston County.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you.
All right, any report from town attorney?
No report.
Additional report, town clerk.
No reports, thank you.
Staff, we took care of end game prior to. Now open the floor for informal discussion and public comment. All right, and now turn it over to council for comments. All right, if there are no council comments, then I will entertain a motion to go into closed session pursuant to NCGS 144-318-11A1 and 6. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. And we will be moving our meeting up to 2:23, and we will be reconvening in 15 minutes. Give us time to get out here and get up there. And we will be back. All right, our council has reconvened, and now I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Good night.